Alright, so I was looking for a chart, like a up-to-date chart of what everything costs, and like I couldn't really find a building chart based on like basic houses and everything. You know, like a 1x1 or like a 2x1 or a 2x2. So I kind of started the stream. I started doing the work a little bit before I started the stream, but I was sitting there and thinking about it, and like what I'm doing is build testing right now. Like, I mean, that is what build testing is. And it's a little bit boring because I gotta write down every value. But I mean, I'm gonna include the list in the video because I mean, if you're in the game, it's not really that important to know exactly what everything costs, because you know, as you go around and collect nodes, you're just gonna upgrade whatever you can upgrade and build whatever you can build as you go out and get the stuff to do that. Which, in that case, it's not really important to know what everything is. But if you're already established and like you're living out of a 1x1, you want to go build a 2x1 or go build a 2x2, and you already have like a stash of stuff, you don't want to go out there and start building stuff and then run out halfway through and be like, crap, if I had only just waited just this long to do that, then I would know that I would need 260 or 2,633 wood just for the twig frame and for the tool cabinet, 2 wooden doors and 3 wooden locks for a 2x2. Or I would know that I would need 2,383 wood just for the twig frame, let alone counting up, you know, upgrades and everything else. But had I known that before, had I had a chart that I could look at, then I could just look at the chart and not try to remember it or calculate it every time, or just hope that I have enough and then go out and try to build something. And like, I mean, and that's barring the case where, you know, you get killed in the middle of building something, which is not always a good idea to have all of this stuff to build a new house because of that. But I mean, that since that's always a potential problem, you kind of can't factor that in. That doesn't mean that it's not good to know that information. So I'm just doing basic builds, like a 1x1 with an airlock, a 2x1 with an airlock, and a 2x2 with an airlock. I'm not going to do a 1x1 wooden upgraded one with metal doors, because why would you put metal doors on a wooden house? Like, I mean, I think the funniest thing that I've seen running through was there's a tool cabinet in a wooden 2x1. It was a twig 2x1, but the door frame was an armored door frame. Like, or the door was an armored door. Like, what are they thinking? Like, no, it wasn't twig, it was freaking, it was wood. It was upgraded to wood. So, just to show the things that I've built so far, like, just to show for the sake of the video, because I already did this already, but just so it's on the video, then I'm going through and I'm writing down the values, the potentially updated values, because I don't know if they've changed, because you try to look any information up and it's just like all over the place as far as the information goes. So, yeah. just the frame costs, what is it? A 1x1 with an airlock. This costs $383 just to make the twigs. But if you wanted to add a tool cabinet and 2 wooden doors with 3 locks, it'd be $2,208 wood. And that's without an upgrade. That's just for the frame, like. So it's a pretty good amount of wood. That's what you get for drinking my Mountain Dew, Terry. So I'm not gonna go through. Well, I guess I should go through. I mean, I was just gonna say, well, I'm not gonna go through and build every one, but I mean, since they go up fast enough, that's what I'm gonna do. Like a 2x1, just for the sake of being thorough. Like, I mean, I guess I could have just left part of it up and modified it, which would probably have been the smarter thing to do. Save myself some time. So again, just for the frame for this one, it costs $558 just for the frame. But then you include the wooden doors and the locks and the tool cabinet, and it's $2,383. But again, like, me saying it during the video isn't helping anybody, and I understand that. But me including the list that I'm writing as I'm doing this afterward should potentially help somebody. I mean, like, I'm doing the legwork here. I mean, so 2x2, the basic twig cost is $808, and then with the 2 wooden doors, the 3 locks, and the tool cabinet, it's $2,633, and that's without an upgrade. I'm also going to do like the upkeep list, and again, I'm not doing a wood house with metal doors, because why? Why would you put metal doors on your wooden house? Like, but anywhere that I looked, and granted I didn't do an exhaustive search, but I mean, when you search for something, I mean, you typically just search through like the first top few things. I took it to about a medium level search, and I didn't find any like comprehensive list of like the basic starter houses and their building costs and like everything like that. And I want to have one because I'm going to use it myself. So I imagine that there's other people out there that, you know, do like the same thing. Like, I mean, I'm like, the other part that throws me too is I try to calculate like on the fly, like in a, you know, in the game, like I'm trying to be like, do I have enough wood to upgrade this to this, or to upgrade that to this, or like, but yeah. So a fully upgraded wood house, and the easiest way I found to do it is to just give myself a total amount of wood and, you know, a total amount of base materials, and then subtract however much from the total amount of materials that I had. But yeah, so a wooden 1x1, and I kind of skipped over to a 2x2 because I had the frame for a 2x2 built. So let's do the 1x1. And get my frame built. I mean, I guess the easiest way to do it, because I did skip ahead to the 2x2. A fully upgraded 2x2 wooden house with wooden doors. I mean, it's already up to like 6,000 wood, which I have no idea why people make wooden houses. Because, you know, if you think like the Three Little Pigs, like, you know, the big bad wolf is gonna come and step on that cactus. Like, and I think rather than try to jump around in the text file, because the text file is already like relatively, like there's already a lot of entries. I don't want to have to scroll up and look at what the value for the things are. But like I'm even including the just the tool cabinet, 2 wood doors, and 3 locks, because when you're just starting out, you're not gonna have a furnace or the metal to freaking. Your first doors are gonna be wooden doors, so I mean that's already 1,825 wood just for the tool cabinet, the 3 locks, and the doors. I mean, so that's like 2 full big trees at least to chop down. But again, I know that it's going to be like a relatively boring video. I mean, most of the build testing videos are already, but yeah. So since I screwed up my process here, and it's just easier to do that as is, like, no, is that easier to do it the other way? Well, I mean, look, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it's 6,000. I mean, I already know what the twig frame is. I mean, I guess the easiest way to do it is to just do it. So 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and then 1. Which, no. Let me upgrade it first. Because, yeah, that's easier. I just do 6,000 minus whatever is left. Or is that what I'm doing? It's just to upgrade it. I think I screwed up my other values. Now I don't remember, was it the 2x1 cost to upgrade? Is that only the upgrade or the total? And I don't remember, so I'm gonna have to do those over again. Crap. And I want it to be accurate. I don't think the wood upkeep is gonna change. So, upgrade cost. And then the total cost. The total with twigs cost, and then the PC with the wooden blocks and everything else. So just the upgrade cost, not factoring in the twig cost, would be, yeah, I already screwed this up. So just the upgrade cost minus the twig cost. Because the other way to do this would be to look at every single thing and then count how many walls and count how many doors and then try to multiply it and then to add it. This way, not so much. So 6,000, how much wood I started with, minus 4,470. So just the base upgrade cost is 1,530. And then the total cost with twigs, which I'm still gonna have to freaking add it. Or the total with twigs cost. I'm still gonna have to freaking add that stuff anyway. I guess the easiest thing to do is you can do this with files in Notepad++. You can clone files to the other view, so you can have the same text file open in different spots. So I can look at the top or the middle or any other spot from any other spot versus the spot that I'm writing stuff from. So the total cost with twigs is 15, or without twig, the upgrade cost is by itself is 1,530. And then the cost of the twigs for a 1x1 is 383. That's 1913. And then add the cost with the locks is 1825 plus 1825 would be 3,738. So I mean that's almost 4,000 wood that you need just for a wooden 1x1 with wooden doors and locks and a tool cabinet. The watching paint dry simulator. And then the upkeep. Which I should probably throw just a workbench level 2 over here to. I mean, it's almost easier to let it build than it is to try to get the stuff out of the freaking thing every time. And then the upkeep is it's just wood. Wood upkeep is 213. Bear time. Which, I wonder if I gave myself like a stack of 100 doors. I don't think adding locks changes it. It doesn't. I mean, if I give myself like 100 of each one, it should just go right into the toolbar. Cool. So how did I want to do this again? I think I'm just going to do the upgrade costs and add the other costs to it, the twig frame. So I'm going to have to add the twig frame to everything anyway. And then for stone, I mean, stone and metal and high quality metal are worth putting at least a metal door on. I mean, it's kind of the same thing but backwards as far as putting a sheet metal door on a high quality metal house, which, I mean, at that point it's like, why? A freaking high quality metal one bow. But I mean, doing this and the amount of work that it takes to do this and write everything down and have everything be accurate, I can totally see why people like probably got to this point, or even maybe even up to the first point where like, yeah, screw this, I'll just build it in the game. But for every time that I've ever run out and tried to build a new house thinking I had all the stuff to build it, no. So I'm just gonna do the upgrade cost. No, piggy, no. And 2x1. Ah, crap. So out of 6,000 wood, which again, I don't know why anybody would build a wooden house, because all of that wood could be used for something better, like smelting metal doors, or building hatchets, or like, I mean, it could be used for anything other than upgrading the wooden house, because, I mean, unless you're in a desperate situation where you have to do that, it's like, holy crap. So, like all the time that you spent chopping down that tree, is time that you just wasted on that freaking wooden house. And trying to deal with the tabs and stuff, which I'm not sure how YouTube is going to handle the tabs, but... Six hours later. So the upgrade cost for a 2x2 which again, that's pretty significant, which is partly why, like, why would you waste the wood on that? So 6,000 minus, was it 3,770 is 2,230. And because since there are no isolated events, in the sense that, like, everything that you do affects everything that comes after what you do. If you do stuff inefficiently, thinking, oh, well, I'm just building this house just right now, or I'm just chopping down this tree just right now, or I'm just going to use this wood just right now, like, there is no such thing as just right now. Like, for every wooden house that you've ever built and upgraded, that's all other time that you spent chopping up those trees that could have went towards something else. Anything else, like, whether it be good or bad, like. So now I need the TC with wood doors. I'm trying to do this with a touchpad on the other computer. Using a touchpad and trying to work with a text file is a freaking nightmare. It's just so much easier to get the like, if you're trying to copy and paste something, it sucks. So what was it? So I got with twig, so it would be, and I copied and pasted the wrong thing, so 2x1 total with twigs cost. So it would be 2230 plus whatever the total for the 2x1 cost for twigs is, 558. So it's 2788. And then there's the other part of it too, is there's mods that do this. There's like plugins for servers that do this. But I don't want to bother with the mods or whatever, because one, mods break. And then there's that too, is if they ever update the game or change the game, then this whole list is invalid. And I'll be part of the group of people that, you know, didn't update their information. Which then turns into the landmine. You know, it's like hitting a landmine when you're trying to do a Google search for correct information. Like, so it would be 2788 plus 1825 is 4613. But again, that 4,613 wood on your wooden 2x2 with a tool cabinet and doors, like, what a freaking waste that is. And that's not, we're not even up to the not even up to the freaking 2x2 yet. And I've seen people build huge wooden houses And then somebody runs by with like a satchel and freaking blows their freaking house up. Like, so the wood upkeep is 283. That, and I'm trying to tab everything out so that it's easy to read whatever the values happen to be, and like trying to copy and paste with tabs. Because the nice part about tabs is they compensate for however much distance is to make one even column in a text file. The downside of tabs is that they compensate for it makes it hard to select with a touchpad. And I'm gonna complain about it because I can. But yeah, I mean, just this right here, which I've seen plenty of them, other people have seen plenty of them. Just right there, that's 4,613 wood, not even counting for like how much they gotta keep in there for upkeep. Which I mean, and then to have such a low raid resistance and have such like, I mean, this is kind of like if you have to throw up a base and you can't find any stone nodes or whatever, I mean, this is probably better than this, because this is really just to protect the 1 or 2 boxes that you got in there, the furnace, and potentially like, and then you can upgrade it later. But once you start getting up here, nah, if you're gonna build a 2x1 or a 2x2, you want to make sure that you have enough stone before you go and try to build it or upgrade it. Like, because what a huge waste of time. And then you get to the 2x2 and you see people building the 3x3s. Then you see people building wooden stuff with wooden honeycomb on it. It's like, what are you doing? Like, well, I don't want the twigs to get destroyed. Well, then make sure that you accumulate enough stone to just throw down the twig wall that you need, that you can't get around having, and then throw down the twigs and then upgrade it to stone immediately. Well, I don't know how much it costs. Well, that's why I'm making this list. So now after that I can move on to stone. And then I gotta look at every stone, and I'm not doing every piece in the upgrade thing. I'm just doing the basic ones. Because half walls and low walls and stairs and roofs and stuff, I mean, you don't really want to be putting that on your starter house. Like, that's really not a particularly good idea. I mean, this feels like it's going a lot slower than it is, but it's only been a half hour. Well, then again, I did start it about 10 or 20 minutes ahead of it, but it's like, so roughly about here should be good for that, so. So, give myself 3,000 more wood. 1, 2, 3. So out of 6,000 wood, I think I'm doing this right. Let's upgrade this wooden 2x1. And see, I wrote down the values for each thing, but I don't want to sit here and count how many walls and then end up screwing it up. So it's just easier to start with the 6,000 wood. I didn't miss anything. Oh, woo! So yeah, just to upgrade that. Holy crap. So 6,000 minus 2,770. Holy crap. A 2x2 upgrade cost is 3,230 wood. And then the 2x2 total with twigs so the 2x2 twig cost is 808 plus 808. I mean, that's 4,038 wood. That's not even with the tool cabinet and the other crap. So 4,038 plus 1825. Yeah, that's 5,863. And then the wood upkeep cost which I think that's I still haven't put the doors on. Is 431. So roughly every 2.5 days, that's a whole 1,000 wood. And you know, I just thought about something. Since I built all of these and I put tool cabinets in them, because what I was doing initially was just building something and destroying it and writing the values down. Since I'm going to be upgrading this stuff, and I already have the twig value cost and the... Okay, so this is not going to be as bad as I thought it was. So I thought I was going to have to rebuild each one. And let me write that at the top. 2 sheet metal doors. Pretty sure that should be 300 metal. But I just thought of this is it is kind of cool that this is like build testing in the sense that like I'm really testing the builds here, like. But again, I haven't seen anybody write out a list like this. And even if no other person uses it, I'm still gonna use it. Like, I can't help it. I just gotta pick up the stuff. Okay, so the easy way to do this would be, so square foundation, upgrade that to stone, give myself, you know, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6,000 stone. It's 300 stone to upgrade a square foundation. $150 square floor, which is also our ceiling, is 150. Triangle floor, there is some weird value, 75. Wall, this is 300. Doorway, it's 210, another weird value. I mean, it makes sense because, you know, it's less material. Like, you're not upgrading the whole thing, like, it's not the same as a wall, but it just kind of seems like an arbitrary value. I mean, I'm not saying that it's an incorrect arbitrary value, it's just like, unless you memorized it, or unless you wrote it down, most of the time it just leads to, hold on, let me go get this stone node, because this should be enough to upgrade this. Okay, cool, it is, like, is usually how that process goes. So, floor frame, which I gotta add those. Do I not have any wood? Door frame. Square triangle frame. So door frame to upgrade that is 150. And a floor frame is 150. And a triangle frame is probably some weird, that's 75. So the 1x1 upgrade costs, which I could probably just copy and paste that whole thing, but again, trying to copy and paste this stuff, this makes me think of those old, well, people still use them, but the FAQs that are just in text file. I mean, I don't know if I want to do stone with wood doors. I mean, again, at that point, it just doesn't make sense to do that, so I'm not including that in the list. Which, that changes the tool cabinet cost. That instead makes the tool cabinet cost 1,000, and then however much it is for a lock. 2 sheet metal doors, a TC with a lock. You gotta write that down. It's 1,000 wood and then a lock. It's 75. 1,075. With the 2 locks, so 75 times 3. It's 225, so it's 1,225. Metal wood. So it's going to be 300 metal to craft it, and then for the 3 locks in the tool cabinet, it's going to be 1,225 wood. So those are all the foundations, which I was going to say some seems off, but it's because those values are still there from the wood values. One of the coolest things about Notepad++ is you can hold Alt and Shift and select vertically. So like if you want to type or copy and paste or cut or remove, or like you can type the same thing on multiple lines straight down, which is totally cool. So don't think I'm going to need any wood upkeep, so it's going to be stone upkeep and then metal upkeep. Yeah, I know, nerding out over Notepad++. The other cool part about this is I could write myself a calculator. But once I have all the base values, then I could easily write that calculator, so. Am I forgetting anything? So the stone upgrade is going to be different than the wood upgrade. Which that's going to be two different values. Which, damn it. I guess I could just put two values over there. The stone and the wood cost, because trying to do it on the left side is confusing. In total with twigs. Now if I just leave that by itself, yeah, it should be fine. Well, I mean, total what with twigs? Total wood? Okay, so I got my text file fixed there. Yeah, working with tabs and text files is a pain in the freaking eye. So So 6,000 stone. Put the sheet metal doors on that afterward. $6,000 minus 3,705. is $2,295. The twig cost is $383 wood, and then the total wood cost. Let's see, that's two different values. Well, again. Now I can see why people didn't write out this list. It's a pain in the head. I'm gonna have to change the whole layout. So, tool cabinet with 3 locks. Is 1225. I guess that's the easiest way to do it, is to do the wood total, the stone total, and the metal total. So 1225 plus 383 is 1608, which is weird, but I mean, stone total $2,295. And the metal total should be 300. So the stone upkeep, freaking tabs are all weird. The stone upkeep is 230. Metal upkeep is 30. And again, this is just from building, from the point of view of building the twig frame and then upgrading it. Like, the wood totals are not keeping up with the having to change the freaking, it's not counting the if you upgraded it to wood first, because you don't really want to do that. Like, building a wooden house is kind of a waste, but I already went through all that. I do have to use a bathroom. I will be right back. And I'm back. So 6,000, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1,000 metal to throw in there. And I was thinking about it, and like, that might be the total metal that you need. But that might be the total metal that you need to build it, except you still got to throw metal in there. I mean, so that we're just gonna assume that you're gonna throw stuff in there that it will at least cover the upkeep. I mean, should I factor that in though, in the stone total? Yeah, I think I'm going to. So the metal total is going to be 330, because then it'll give you at least a day to get more crap in the upkeep. But you don't want to run over there and not have the upkeep. And if I'm looking at the thing, I'm thinking about that. Oh yeah, just 300. And then I get over there and it's just enough to build the stuff. So it's going to be 2295 plus the 230 upkeep. Which I should probably change the values for. So 2295 plus 230. So it's 2525. Watching the paint dry simulator. 3738. Just throwing random numbers out there. Plus 213. So your wood total for the 1x1 should be 3951. After the upkeep up here, wood total for the 2x1 is 4613 plus the upkeep for a day, which is 283, is 4851. Which I should probably put a dash or something to separate these values between the 1x1, the 2x1, and the 3x3, and the 1x3, and the 2x4. Hey, Margarita. So the 2x2 is 5863 plus 431. Yeah, to have at least a day's worth of upkeep for the, holy crap, for a wooden upgraded 2x2 with a wooden door. That's 6,294 wood. With a 1x1, a 2x2, and a 3x3. Hey, Macarena. What? So let's reorder that. Wood, stone, and then metal. So the 2x1 stone upgrade cost. Get my 6,000 or 6,000 stone. I'm not sure if the values are the same between metal and stone for each piece for the upgrade. Which I'm just thinking about that now, is no, they're different even between the stone and, so the metal is probably going to be different too. So that's another difference, is the amount of metal and stone and wood and everything. And I know high quality metal isn't the same as either of those, because those use much lower values to upgrade. Which, that's kind of the point that I want to get to, but I don't want to leave like spots that I haven't covered as far as upgrade costs go. So 6,000 minus, what is that? 2,655. So the total 2x1 upgrade cost is 3,345. The total wood twigs for a 2x1 is 558. And then 558 plus 1225. Alright, I was gonna change that on each thing because that's not right. Which crap. I deleted the value. 6,000 minus 2,655 is 3,345. And the wooden twigs for a 2x1 is 558. The wood total is going to be the same every time. It's not going to, no, it's not going to be the same every time. Crap. Okay, so 558 plus 1225, 1783. And then the stone upkeep and the metal upkeep. Stone upkeep 335. Metal upkeep is still 30. So the metal cost isn't going to change. The stone total though is going to change. So 3,345 plus the upkeep is 335 is 3,680. Quack, quack, quack. Not even sure what kind of bird that is. So 2 by 2 by 3 by 3 by 4 by 4 by. Boom! Hey, Margarita. Something seems off here. Oh wait, there I go. I was like, why is the stream just sitting there? Because I'm just sitting there and it's taking its sweet time to update. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, then 1, 6,000 stone. So 6,000 minus 1,230 is 4,770, which I mean, I kind of have to factor in the do a 2x2 with a honeycomb. Hmm. 2x2 total with twigs. No, I mean, like I'm at this point, I totally understand why nobody's done this list before. At least that I can find. So it's 808. So the wood total is going to be 808 plus 1225 is 2033. And then the stone total, I just want to look at the upkeep here. Why do I still have wood? No! Crap. So add 75 to that. 4770 plus 75 is 4845. So 546 for the stone upkeep, and then add 546 to 4845 is 5391. So for a stone 2x2, you need 2,033 wood, 5,091 stone, and 330 metal to build and have at least 1 day's worth of upkeep. upgrades, all totals include one dude's upkeep. Okay. And the only honeycomb that I'm gonna do is a honeycomb 2x2. Which, before I go and do metal, I mean, I should just be able to take whatever the base cost is from the 2x2 and then just add whatever extra wood and stone to it. Because, well, I mean, I mean, I don't want to have to redo this every time for a 1x1 and a 2x2 and a 3x3, let alone for a 2x2 with a honeycomb on it, because who in their right mind would build a honeycombed high quality metal? I mean, I could see doing the interior and the airlock at a high quality and then putting a honeycomb around it. But see, this is why it'd be nice to have a calculator. One that factors in, like, whatever piece and the amount of twigs that you would need per piece. I mean, I guess I could just do the honeycomb, you know, like in my head. Because the twig amount of the honeycomb isn't going to change for a 2x2. And I mean, who would honeycomb a wooden house? And I'm the kind of person that would honeycomb a 2x2, but I mean, kind of not worth it. Which, my test worked on the stream, like I lasted quite a while before either house got raided. Like, it was enough of a deterrent. But the thing that I'm wondering that I still have to test is if I do a honeycomb 2x2, how fast is that thing gonna get raided? Which, that's the whole point of this build testing, is one, to just so I have a list with values of whatever type of house, so I can just look and be like, oh, that's 1783 wood, and then know that I have that or have extra besides that, well, also including at least a day's worth of upkeep, to just run out with all that stuff in my inventory and throw up a house real fast. In the situation where I'm pretty confident that I'm not going to run out my door and get killed. So I mean, I don't know if I want to do the totals for a honeycomb. Because I'm only ever going to do a stone honeycomb. Well, I mean, if I get like what the base value is for twigs for a honeycomb, and if I get the base value for what, because you only ever need 2 triangles. You need a triangle foundation and 2 walls for 1 piece of honeycomb. So I mean, that would be a relatively valuable thing, and then I could just do the upgrades for that, and then however much, like, because you only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what, 7? Because the other one's going to be an airlock, which at that point, that's not really build effective, because 2 sheet metal doors with a honeycomb is like a waste. At which point you're going to need to build the and see, this is why it would be nice to have a build calculator, but I can't really do that without the base values. So and I really only need just the twig and the upgrade stuff, and I got that. But I mean, sitting down and thinking that I'm going to easily write a calculator, I mean, that's going to take me a few hours to do that. And what would I write it in? I mean, I guess if I wrote it in Java, Java is like easily cross-platform and everything. And then, you know, people expect stuff to be like web-based, which, I mean, it depends on what, like, if I tried to set up a free calculator on a host. I mean, most free hosts have all that stuff either paywalled or just completely not available, like the type of stuff that you want to run that stuff with, but like, and then trying to find a workaround and make it work within that is like, I mean, this is working, but I'm just wondering, like, since I can count how many pieces, I think I'm just gonna do it that way rather than go and do it the way that I've been doing it. So let me write up the thing for the honeycomb. And I kind of want to put that before stone. Before the 1x1 and 2x2 and the 3x3, so. And a 4x4 and a 3x3. So, twig honeycomb. Two triangle, or 2 walls, 1 triangle. One triangle foundation. And 1 triangle floor. And I just realized the half wall cap, and I didn't do the half wall for anything. Damn it. But now, after sitting here and doing this, and then removing it from 6,000, and the thought of having to do that for high quality when I could just skip doing all that in the game and then do the math, I mean, but the reason that I was doing it with the video, which I was sitting here doing the stuff in the game and then thinking to myself, well, I may as well make a video of it. I mean, the thought just crossed my mind to delete the video. Is to get to this point and then just write the stuff down anyway. But then I would still need a video to copy and paste the text file into, like, which I don't think that it's gonna be longer than what YouTube accepts for a thing. And I know what would happen if I tried to, you know, make a post on the Play Rust Reddit thing, is it would probably get downvoted to oblivion. And people would be like, this is stupid. Why don't you just build it in the game? And it's like, well, the whole reason that you don't just build it in the game is why I'm writing the list. So you can look and be like, oh, so it's going to be this much? Okay. Before I go out the door and try to build it, I don't get caught, like, with a twig wall on a stone 2x2. And then have to try to run out, and then by the time I come back, somebody's broken in and, like, chopped up my tool cabinet with a hatchet. Like, which is the whole point of the list. Like, you come back and they're like, hey, how's it going? And you're like, hey, you're not supposed to do that. Whereas if you knew how much you had before you started building this stuff, like, but I mean, trying to explain that to anybody on the Rust page is going to be like, some people will probably say, like, why didn't you just Google it? Well, I did, and there was no list. Why don't you just use a build calculator? Well, because those don't really work the way that I want them to work. Like, you still have to sit there and count out however many pieces as you want. Like, then I did look and I didn't see any. I mean, none were immediately apparent. And then, like, why would you need a calculator for basic builds that aren't going to change? Hey! So, triangle floor. Yeah, I'm here having a shower argument with the freaking with the freaking Rust Reddit. Like, but the funny part is that is probably how it would go. But I'm looking at the amount of text here and, like, that's why I'm thinking, like, I'm just gonna leave this video. Even though most of it is just me standing still and typing on the other computer. Like, it's just I don't want to have to go through and then upgrade everything, and then, I mean, that is the faster way to do it. I mean, I still only have metal in high quality. And then as far as the 2x1 goes, I could just do the math on that, like, or the honeycomb, because, yeah, that's probably what I should do. So, I think I'm done with the stone 2x2, but let me finish writing out the thing for the honeycomb wall. So 2 twig for 2 walls, 100, and the triangle foundation is 25. I gotta go get half wall values for stuff. Triangle floor is 13. And then big triangle honeycomb. And then the twig honeycomb cap is 1/2 wall and 1 floor, 1 square floor. How much is a half wall? It's 50. Yeah, and that's why people that use half walls in their builds, half wall costs as much. You're doubling your amount of tiles, and like, all to just put a triangle in there when you can use a shelf, and then you could still get by the shelf without having to jump 20 times to try to get up on the freaking triangle. Like, I freaking blew myself up with that grenade trying to get away and got hung up on the triangle. I know that guy was probably laughing. It's either that or they were trying to be toxic, bro, and was like, "You're a poopy, you blew yourself up." Yeah, but it's funny. Like, I mean, who cares? Like, so the 1/2 wall is gonna be 50. And the 1 square floor is also going to be 50. So, I mean, you're gonna need 4 of those for a cap. Right? No. Well, for a 2x2. Well, see, that's already confusing. Well, I mean, that's good enough. It's 50 and 50 twigs. Because that's just the floor and the half wall. And I mean, with all the different kind of caps that you're gonna use, like, you wouldn't, like, typically you wouldn't see a honeycomb 2x2, you know, unless it was me doing it. And that seemed to work really well until I raided that dude and killed him with the C4, and he logged in like 10 minutes later, totally hopping mad. Like, which, like, I don't even care that he got somebody else to raid me. I don't even care. It's just like, I even flew over to him when he was freaking out trying to get back in his house, and he's looking at me, and like the drone is looking at him. He's despawning his pipes and the stuff that were in the front box, and like, you want it? Take it. I don't care. Nobody can have it. If I can't have it, nobody can have it. It's like, I understand the feeling, and I do kind of feel bad, except like, I didn't want any neighbors, and I had the ability to raid them. And so long as you don't kill anybody, or if you change your Steam name when you do raid somebody, then they can't find you. Like, but I screwed that up. I forgot to change my Steam name. Because if he got killed by somebody with a different Steam name and a different panel, like a different avatar, he would just assume it was a different person and not his neighbor. But he ran right over to my house and started doing donuts with his horse. Yeah, I'm still not done on the wipe. Like, I've got backups. I've got backups for backups. I mean, the only thing that I gotta do is build like a freaking... Which that is what I did set out to do, was just build the freaking 2x2, but then I was thinking about it and it's like, I want to know how much I have, and there's no list that tells me, and like any calculators don't work the way that I want them to, and like they don't give me the values that I want, and like but yeah. I gotta go see what the upgrade is. Did I destroy that? I think I did. Or did I run away from it? I'm not sure what happened. I don't think it decayed. But I gotta see what the upgrade values for a half wall are. So it's 200 for wood. Gotta put in the half wall thing, half wall. So for wood, it's another 200 wood. Gotta go to the stone section. It is called a half wall, right? Just so I'm sure that yeah, okay. Just so I'm sure that I'm using the right thing. And 300 stone. And then metal, which I didn't write down what metal is. Crikey. I think it's still safer for me to just upgrade everything and remove it from the 6,000 base material. Because if I screw up and miscount something, because I'm prone to that. I mean, so metal would be 200 for the half wall. And high quality metal, which how much is that? High quality metal half wall. $200 metal, 300 stone, 25 for a half wall. So, before I move on to the upgrades, I still have to get the values for the other stuff. Quack, quack, quack. I don't even know what kind of bird, or is that a frog? If it's a frog, what is it doing in the desert? Like... So a square foundation for metal is 200. A triangle foundation for metal. Now why is that different? Oh, is 100. A square floor, or a ceiling, in our case, is 100. A triangle piece is 50. A wall is 200. A doorway is 140. A door frame is 100. A floor frame is 100. A triangle floor frame is 50. So while I'm right here and I've got all this crap, let me start over again. A square foundation for high quality metal is 25. A triangle foundation for high quality metal is 13. A square floor is 25. A triangle floor, oh no wait, that's wrong. It's probably 25 too. Oh no, that's 13. A triangle piece, that is 13. And that's 7. And a wall is 25. A doorway is 18. A door frame is 13. A floor frame is 13. A triangle floor frame is 7. Presto delito. So let me save that in case I screwed something up. So let me copy all this crap over. I mean, it's still crazy to me that to upgrade a half wall costs the same as a regular wall. So 1 by 1 and a 2 by 2 and a 2 by 1 and a 2 by 2. Hey, Macarena. What I'm doing right now is writing out a list of all the basic starter buildings, and then eventually the you know, a 2x2 with a honeycomb, and then eventually a 2x2 with a honeycombed airlock with garage doors and stuff in it, because that is the whole point of this. But then I got to the point where I realized I didn't have a build thing. But yeah, now I have a list where I can just be like, okay, so a 2x2 stone thing is going to cost me 2,033 wood, 5,391 stone, and 330 metal. Hey, Macarena. So the 1x1 upgrade cost for metal. Starting from 6,000, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6,000. I think that's everything. Yeah. Somebody's texting me. Hold on. Yeah, no, it's even more boring than before. I have to text this person though. Okay, so if Oh crap, they're texting me again. Okay. So 6,000 minus 4,470. Now we're playing the paint dry simulator. It's weird that it's less to make metal than it is to make stone. So the total upgrade cost is 1530. I mean, did I mess that up? I mean, I know metal is supposed to be harder to get. But I mean, it kind of makes me reconsider me having things made out of stone all the time is like... I mean, it doesn't really consume that much crap either, like... So 1 by 1 total upgrade, or twigs should be the same. That should still be the same. The wood total is still 1608. I don't have to do that math again. Stone total is 0. But the metal total is 330 plus, or 300 plus is 1830. Yeah, they're texting me again. Hold on. Oops. I think I might have broken the chair. Need to upgrade to a high quality metal chair. As soon as I find my stapler. Okay, so this should be good. No, I'm really surprised about that. I mean, I don't think I would ever build this because the same problem that you're having with putting metal doors on a wooden house is the same thing with putting metal doors on a metal house. Is like, I mean, this is 4 rockets, but this is 1 rocket and there's 1 rocket and freaking like, there's 1 rocket and some explosive bullets to get in here. Or 2 rockets and some explosive bullets. The sheet metal doesn't provide enough resistance to where you would want to use that. This is not a great build. I mean, the same thing is true for any single-sided metal or even honeycombed metal. Is they'll just go through the airlock unless the airlock is at least equal to the 4 rockets, so you need at least 4 doors. Which I gotta put an airlock triangle in the calculation. So if I wanted to multiply however many airlocks I had. So 2x1 upgrade costs. But again, none of these are viable unless you have an extra airlock. Let me write that in the file. Yeah, none of these are viable builds. With only 2 sheet metal doors, you need at least 4 sheet metal doors to equal the 4 rockets it would take to get through a metal wall. No, you need like 15, I think. You need like 15 or 16. You need 16 sheet metal doors to equal 1 high quality metal wall. Meaning they'll just use some 2 rockets and then some explosive bullets to get through 2 sheet metal doors. Same thing with wooden houses and sheet metal doors. they will just go through the wood. They'll just go through the wood wall. So 6,000. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6,000. Don't think I missed anything. No, I did. But yeah, same thing with here as the 2x1 and the 2x2 and the 1x1 is this might be 4 rockets to get through, but this is only 2. There's 1 rocket and some explosive bullets. And like even a handful, I think it's like maybe 10 or 20 explosive bullets. But those 2 sheet metal doors are not saving you. Oh, crap. No. Hold on, let me rewind here. Not paying attention. So if I rewind to when that stuff was still in my inventory before I put it in the tool cabinet and pause it, I can see the values. Okay. So it's 3,000, so 6,000 minus 3,000 and 770, which is 2,230. So, yeah. So the upgrade cost is 2,230, 2,230. The twigs, stone upkeep is 0. The metal upkeep is 253. Wood total is the same, stone total is 0. And the metal total is 300. Which I think I screwed that other one up. Yeah, I did. I only added the 300 because I didn't add the upkeep too. So the total is 2230 for the upgrade, and then the metal upkeep is 253, which is then plus the 300 for the doors is 2783. So I know I did the math wrong on this one. So it's 1530 for the 1x1, the base upgrade, plus the metal upkeep, which is 183, plus 300. Is 2013 total for a 1x1 with 2 sheet metal doors. Which again, that's the whole point of like the testing and the chart and everything else is, but as far as raid resistance goes, if you're putting sheet metal doors on a metal or a high quality metal or a wood thing. The only thing good sheet metal doors are really good for is stone, because I mean it's still two rockets to get into a regular 2-door airlock. It's 2 rockets and some explosive bullets, and it would be 4 rockets. No, it'd be 8 rockets. It'd be 4 rockets to get through the stone, so they're saving 2 rockets if they go through just the doors. So I typed that thing in wrong. You would need at least 8. So I thought that math was wrong. You need at least 8 sheet metal doors to equal the same thing as the 8 rockets to get through 1 sheet metal wall. Six hours later. So I've almost got my whole chart filled in here. And I stopped on metal 2x1. So the next one is the metal 2x2. But yeah, the 8 rockets to get through this, I mean, they're going to spend 8 rockets to go through your wall, right? Instead of the 2 rockets to go through the door. No. No, they're not. I mean, maybe if, you know, they don't have any sense, they will, but I mean, it's 1 rocket, some explosive bullets, 1 rocket, some explosive bullets, and you're into the base. And this is a total waste. I mean, I know how to fit a bunch of crap in a 1x1. I can fit a big box, 2 small boxes, a furnace, and a campfire, and a workbench, a shotgun trap, and a sleeping bag in a 1x1. But I mean, most people don't. Like, most people don't know how to do that. Like, this is my 2x2. So if I start with the 6,000 metal, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Got 6,000. So 6,000 minus 2,770. Is 3,230. Twigs and wood. No stone upkeep. Metal upkeep is 398. And the wood total that seems right. Stone total is 0. And the metal total is 3,230 plus 300 plus the upkeep. Is 398. 3,928. I'm such a nerd though. I was just thinking to myself and looking at the chart and everything and being like, I like this. What I do is this excites me. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you? So high quality metal per piece. I got the foundation stuff written down. And the 1x1 upgrade costs. I mean, I don't think that I'm gonna need 6,000. But yeah. Anytime you see this, there's probably a ton of crap inside. Even factoring in like somebody's inability to fit stuff in there, like even if they just have boxes sitting on the floor or up against the walls or something, there's probably gonna be a ton of crap inside because they think that they were doing something that people aren't gonna easily be able to get in because they made the whole thing out of metal. They can't get in here, it's all made out of metal. And I'm not, I'm not like trying to over exaggerate like the stupid voice or whatever, but I mean, this might be 8 rockets. This is only 1. And some explosive bullets. And all of the charts that say 2, I don't know why the charts don't list the rocket and the explosive bullets. I don't understand that. Like, I mean, you can't use the rocket unless you have a workbench level 3. Like, you can't make them. Which at that point you can make the explosive bullets too. And it's like this whole base is probably just going to be loaded with crap. And freaking... yeah. And they're going to think that they're doing something with their 2 sheet metal doors. Which, I mean, like, I can understand if they did, like, the full honeycomb and then had, like, the 4 sheet metal doors, but, I mean, because you'd have 1, 2, and then 3, 4. I mean, but even that doesn't equate to the 8 to go through the, I mean, going through the doors is still cheaper than, like, you would need 8 sheet metal doors to make this viable. Viable in the sense where it's not easier to go through the walls versus the doors, or the doors versus the walls. Which is the other, like, I know that this has been super boring, and it's been, most of the time has been me spent, like, and I don't really expect anybody to watch this or have, like, because it's not, like, attention grabbing. I mean, how boring is it? You just stare at this thing for, like, 10 or 20 minutes while I write something on a text file, like, no, I get that, except this isn't a how-to video. I want to have, for my own personal use, a stone 2x, or like just a chart that I can look at and be like, well, this is gonna, how much is gonna be to make or upgrade this. And since I don't usually upgrade high quality metal stuff, I wanted to see how much it's gonna cost for that. But my main use of the chart is probably going to be for stone stuff, because for stone stuff, it costs a little bit more stone than it does cost for the metal, which I just saw that firsthand. But, I mean, stone is typically more available, and you don't have to cook it. But I just want to be able to look at my cheat sheet here and be like, okay, I'm going to need this much wood, this much stone, and this much metal. And then grab all of that stuff in my inventory in one shot and build like a 1x1, a 2x1, or a 2x2. Or a 3x4, or 5x6, or a 7x9. Hey, Macarena. But, yeah. I know it wasn't funny the first time that I did it, but I can't help myself. And delete you, cactus. I delete this too? What did I just say? Okay. And delete you, rock. Well, screw you, rock. Can I throw the hammer? You cannot throw the hammer. Does the hammer not have a damage value? It does not. Okay. Because when I raided that trio, in their 2x2 with the weird airlock for no reason, they had a second airlock that was only one door. It was just, so they had the two door airlock on the front, and then this other triangle that came up that had just the one double door. Like, I'm not making fun of them. It is funny though. Like, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings by saying that, but like, what are you guys thinking? Like, what are you doing? And the answer is that they're probably not thinking. They just threw it together, and one of them had the idea, well, let's have an airlock on the top. But the thing is, they were built right by like a hill. So like, here's the roof of their house, and then what the hell just happened? Oh, I hit that button. But that scared the crap out of me. But their roof was right here, so like, you could jump on the roof and run to their airlock. So if the point of the airlock on the roof was so that they could be on the roof and be safe from people on the ground and shoot people door camping them, it kind of defeated that purpose. But now I'm thinking about it, and they had like two wood half walls with a triangle on it, with one box on that. Half of the crap they had, it looks like they got out of a freaking decayed raid base box. They had practically no comps and no like stuff to keep the base up. And then they had that one door airlock that was next to the rock that you could run and jump off of, and it's like, and again, I didn't want their stuff, I didn't want to hurt their feelings, and I just didn't want to have to deal with a trio of people as I'm trying to like drive the magnet crane around. I mean, I guess I could have tried that, like, I mean, because I was at the point already where I didn't have any more storage space for guns or storage space for anything. Like, I spent more time at the recycler from both of those raids than I did anything else. And then I raided that one guy and I got like, I don't know how many thousands of cooked sulfur and stacks of thousands of gunpowder. And it's like, I mean, if you told anybody how much crap that I got from it, they wouldn't believe you. And it would be right to not believe a person for saying that, because holy crap, that was excessive. It was so excessive that I had the idea that, where is he getting all this sulfur from? I had to go look for it. I started up a build server before, and like, I did a stream of just me ranting, and, you know. And then after the ranting, I actually started doing some testing and freaking, you know, I brought a submarine out to the edge of the map to see if there was nodes down there, because the guy had a submarine and he spent most of his time in the submarine and out in the water. And he just had so much sulfur. And I'm still on the fence about whether or not the nodes spawn down there, because right now on my own personal sandbox server here is like, there's nobody but me like to get the nodes. And I think that the nodes only spawn in the ocean if, you know, you've mined so many that they start selecting that as a spot by mistake, like it's a bug or something. Like, I know that it was a bug at one point. Like, you wouldn't be able to find any nodes by the end of the wipe, because apparently they were all in the bottom of the ocean at the end of the map. But I don't know if that's been fixed. I don't know if that was an actual bug or just something that some person thought that they saw, or if it was a modded server or whatever, because the information on this game on Google is like, it's a total crapshoot half the time. I mean, there's like, I can't think of how many posts or how many people that swear by launch options that absolutely don't work. Like, and then like, even if they did work, the syntax that they use is like equals, quotes, parentheses, brackets, and like syntax doesn't work like that. It's like, you can't put command line options in and just put whatever you feel like. Like, you can't just add an equal sign to some of them, and some of them you don't add an equal sign to, and like, some of them have equals and then quotes and parentheses. It's like, no, dude, it's typically, it varies from thing to thing, from format to format, but it's typically uniform within itself, although it can be different, but it's typically so uniform unto itself that it's like, that's the real outlier. Like, I'm gonna delete you, piggy. And I mean, you can look right in the console output log from the freaking Unity engine in the Rust directory, and it says command not found. But even that's inconsistent and weird, because it says the commands that are part of the Unity engine aren't working, as per the Unity engine documentation. It's like, something isn't adding up here. But yeah, if you happen to be watching this video and you open up your Steam directory and you happen to be on Windows and you open up the output log.txt file, that's like the generic name for the default log that the Unity engine uses. And I know that because I looked up the commands and stuff, because I was thinking, like, you know, trying to make Rust run better, and I found a few posts or whatever, use these command launch options in Steam, and it's like, doesn't seem like it's doing anything. And then you open up the log file and it says command not found, command not found, command not found. The only two that I found that worked was set the CPU priority to high and the garbage collection. Those are the only two that worked, and they only work if you have the dash, the command, a space, and the value, or the dash, a command, a space, and then the value in quotes. There's no equal sign, there's no equals, and then parentheses, there's no equals, and then quotes, or equals, parentheses, and then quotes. No. Because I tried those, and even the commands that did say that they registered, when you put that odd syntax in there, it just discards it, because the syntax it's expecting is the dash, no space, the command, a space, and the value. I mean, that's the syntax that it's expecting, and it's like, using the wrong syntax on the launch options will make even the ones that do work not work. I kind of needed a break and to run my mouth a little bit before I go back to this tedium here. And the part that I'm realizing too is as I'm doing this is, one, how useless upgrading to metal is and using sheet metal doors without adding tons more sheet metal doors. Like, you'd have to add 6 more sheet metal doors to make the sheet metal doors equal the raid resistance. And I also realized that on a stone 2x1 with 2 metal doors, you'd have to add at least 4 doors to equal the 4 rockets, because otherwise they're coming in through the doors. And it's only 2 rockets. Like, you could have a 2x1 and have it completely honeycombed all the way, like, to the sky. But if you got 2 sheet metal doors on the front, guess where they're freaking booming their way into your room with? Like, boom, 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 I want you in my room. And we could be together from now until forever. Boom, boom, boom. Like, and I left that as a note for somebody to find in one of my raid bunkers on it was a TP raid bunker. They spent like, I think it was what, 4 rockets worth of crap to get through the stone honeycomb. And then was it 15 or 16 rockets to get through the high quality metal rock, like. And then all they find is a small wooden box with a note that quotes the Venga Boys song. They spent all of that sulfur and got nothing. I mean, because every time I was in my bunker, it was out in the snow. Like, I would hear the dude with the jackhammer and stuff, and like, you know, they saw the bunker and they kind of ran past a little bit. And they stopped, and then they realized it wasn't just a triangle, because it does kind of resemble like a raid builder blocker that people build around their stone walls to keep their stone walls up, and to keep people from building raid bases too close to it. Like, you know, so if you're not really paying attention, it'll kind of just resemble one of those, and you'll just kind of keep running, mining nodes or whatever. But it happened again, and like he kind of stopped and like kind of looked at it a little bit, like processing, and then he went back, and then it happened a third time, and he stopped for longer this time. I'm like, he's gonna raid this. So I just built another one on a different part of the map, and then teleported all the crap out of it and left the note in there. And then I come back later because I left a bag outside to check it, because I knew he was going to raid it, and he had raided it. And the only thing that was inside after, what is that, 16 and 4 is what, 20? After 20 freaking rockets to get through into the bunker, he got the note that quoted the Venga Boys song. Boom, 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 I want you in my room, and we could be together from now until forever. I know he was so mad. Yeah. That's so satisfying. Well, inversely, just for the sake of being fair, like, I did build a bunker, and it was on, I think, on a 5x server or a 3x server or something. I had a bunker, and I had no idea anybody was gonna raid it, and they raided it, and they hit the freaking jackpot. It was completely, entirely worth their time to raid it. It was just like but it's just like my Wipe 3 video, the last one, like all the crap that I had, like the stuff that I had before I got raided was just an ungodly amount of crap. Like, is more stuff than a solo person could probably use if they went out and died like X amount of times. Like, I mean, so long as you are efficient and so long as you know how stuff works, and like, I mean, that's what the efficient means, is the best way to do stuff is like, so long as you do that and you're able to make successful trips back and forth to your house to whatever source of crap that you're getting, I mean, it's so easy to accumulate stuff in the game. But yeah, my procrastination is getting the better of me. I've got high quality metal left to do. Am I looking at high quality? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. And I mean, there's just so many different permutations that you could use that, I mean, I don't want to do the calculations for using armored doors on stuff because I don't like to use high quality metal, because not only are they going to raid it, if they decide to raid it, it's unlikely that they're going to run out of boom and decide to not come back with more boom. So in the meantime, the only thing that you've really done is waste high quality metal most of the time. I mean, especially in the case of that dude that had his whole loot room high quality metal, and then he only had a garage door on it. I mean, if they can figure out where your tool cabinet is in your base, and the best way to rate it is just like the base that I rated before that, the one with the spiral that had the high quality metal sticking out of it. Well, they put that triangle foundation way too high to where I could just crawl underneath it and take out the stone. And then freaking, I mean, it's not hard to guess the layout of a base. You know, depending, because there's always outliers. I mean, some base you can look at it and be like, I would have never guessed it's inside there like that. Like, and now I'm thinking about it too, is like, in my list, I kind of want to include viable builds. But I mean, how are you going to put 8 garage doors on a 2x1? Or a 2x2, like, it's not even worth doing for a 1x1. It's not even worth doing for a 2x2 or a 1x2, because for one, the amount of space that you have in there versus, I mean, the 8 airlock, like, just to see what that would look like. I mean, because I'm on a test server, I mean, I'm not gonna upgrade everything, but I want to see what it looks like. Like, see, can I put a square here? I mean, so that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. I mean, that would still be equal. I mean, the only way to shorten that would be to use garage doors, but that's That's what a freaking... This is what the airlock would look like. I mean, your airlock on a 2x1 to have the same raid resistance as them using the 8 rockets to get through the door, like, it's gonna look like that. Because if they're smart, their choices are to go through the sheet metal doors or to go through the wall. And whether they go through the wall or the sheet metal doors, it's gonna be 8 rockets no matter what you do. I mean, but in this case, since I know that you can use garage doors, like, you can start with this, I guess. You can start with that, but I mean, it would make more sense to do because then you can get some usage out of the space. You leave the last one a sheet metal door, and then you make the interior all just garage doors, like. Which, thinking about it, well, I don't want to have to keep selecting it every time and just put a bunch of them in there. Because while I can't move it around in my inventory, I can put 100 in my, what's this called? What am I doing? Oh right, I forgot a door frame. I mean, in order for the raid resistance to be the same, I mean, at this point, the raid resistance is even more, I think, for, let me check the wiki page here. Or check my chart here. Garage door is 3 rockets, and it's not 2 rockets with some explosive bullets, it's 3 rockets. Because that extra 100 damage, I mean, that's enough to make it worth the extra rocket, so. I mean, it'd be 2 C4. I mean, 2 C4 is kind of overkill. The rockets are less overkill than the C4 is. So, I mean, that'd be 3 rockets each. It'd be 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 16, 18. I mean, if you use garage doors instead, I mean, that's 18 freaking rockets that they're gonna need to get through those garage doors. The advantage of the garage doors is when they're all up, you can still use this as a build space. So, as far as this goes, that would be 3, 6, 3, 6, and then 9. I mean, if you just use the, if you use garage doors instead, which it makes more sense to use those, you would only need 3, like. So it'd be 3, 6, 8. I mean, it's still roughly, I mean, you might want an extra, I mean, it'd be slightly overkill, but you want at least 2 garage doors and a sheet metal door to equal the metal, so. But yeah. I mean, that's also good for me to know myself. Because it's freaking cold out. I mean, if I were to build this stuff myself, then I mean, it's like this, like the same thing with high quality metal, which I'm not sure if I should do sheet metal doors on the metal stuff. Which, now I'm not sure how to handle my notepad here. I guess that would be the easiest way to do it. For metal, you need 2 garage doors and 1. And you don't need an upgraded airlock if you're doing metal with honeycomb. So yeah, none of the metal builds are viable builds with only 2 sheet metal doors. You need at least 8 sheet metal doors to equal 8 rockets to get through 1 sheet metal wall. For metal, you need 2 garage doors and 1 sheet metal door to equal the 8 rockets. So I guess I would have to, well, I guess I could add that as a calculation to do that. I mean, because the totals wouldn't be the same, and I'd have to go through and retotal everything for viable builds. But I mean, again, that's the whole point of testing, is just to see what stuff looks like, and like just to see like. But let me finish my high quality metal upgrade with just the sheet metal doors, and then go back and then add the airlock with the garage door to it, because I mean, I don't know if I want to do the calculations with sheet metal doors, because the amount of sheet metal doors that you would need to equal a freaking high quality metal 1x1 is like the airlock would be snaking around the outside of the house. Like, but yeah, I will be right back. I gotta do something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just want to see what that looks like. I mean, if it was high quality metal, how many rockets is that? So to get through a high quality metal wall, it says 15 rockets. So that would be 1, 2, 3. I guess I gotta put the square here. I don't know if it's gonna let me do that. It will. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'd be 8 rockets. And then, was it another triangle? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And what, 15? Because again, I'm not using the 2 rocket calculation on a sheet metal door because that's kind of not, that's, yeah. Everybody that uses 2 sheet metal or 2 rockets on sheet metal doors don't, because like it's just so much cheaper to just use 1 rocket and a handful of explosive bullets. Like, so if you made that out of high quality instead and just using sheet metal doors, in order for it to be equal, I mean, not only would the airlock have to be high quality metal and all that for a 1x1, I mean, and you know what the funny part is I bet that's the base design for most, that's the core for a lot of raid houses. Like, so yeah, for metal, you probably want to use sheet or garage doors and sheet metal doors, and the same thing for high quality metal. I mean, it's because that's what that would look like if you used 1 rocket and some explosive bullets to take out a Wolfie. Come here, Wolfie. You're getting deleted. You're getting its. Hey, got him. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I shouldn't delete the floor, but I'm not going to need that many with the garage doors. I want to delete the house. So, the 3 rockets for a garage door, which I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking I kind of want to test it since I'm here in a build test server. See just how many explosive things it is. Like, so if I do like a test build here, So I have sheet metal doors, I have garage doors, I need a rocket launcher. I'll give myself 100 rockets. A rocket launcher. And I need a SAR. And I need explosive bullets. So, I mean, I guess at some point I should probably test the C4 too, but... But just to show people what I'm talking about, like... What did I load it with? So, I want to see exactly how many bullets instead of just saying handful of bullets. So, one rocket, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it 7 or 8? Did I click one time too fast? I think it might be 7, but I'm not sure. Like, come on, get out of the way, build thing. Any second now. Rifle ammo? I've like never seen that on the ground before. Piggy! Poor piggy. So I gotta write this down in my list up there too, is like so one rocket, and see people waste an entire other rocket on that. Why would you do that? So let me go up to the top of my chart. Note, don't use 2 rockets on sheet metal doors. One rocket, and I think it, let's test it here. Did it rebuild itself or something? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it is 8. And 8 explosive rounds. Explosive bullets. So now I don't have to say handful every time. It's exactly 8 bullets. 1 rocket and 8 bullets. Using 2 rockets is a waste. So let me fix my tester here. Which I don't know why I just did that. Well, I guess I could test C4. Give myself 100 of them. So, 1 C4 on a sheet metal door I think is total overkill. Yeah, it's total overkill. I think the C4 does what, 500? And it did no other damage to anything else, so... I mean, this is 1,000. But doors and walls have different coefficients, which is weird. So, in case I want to test another door, let me throw a door frame up here. Hell am I doing? So, it's the chart says 3 rockets. So, 1. And how much did that do? The 360 or 380? And then 2. And there's 160. I mean, 3 rockets will get it down. So 3. So, it should be 2 rockets and it's some explosive bullets. I mean, 1 rocket does, that says 380. Let me just use a calculator. 600 minus 380 is 220. 1 rocket does 220 to a garage door. A garage door has 600 HP. So, and then 2. And then 2 rockets, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 16. Seventeen, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 2 rockets and 40 explosive bullets to take out. I mean, I'm pretty sure those 40 explosive bullets is cheaper than the rocket. I mean, that'd be 80 gunpowder, 40 sulfur, and what? 400 metal? I mean, compared to a rocket, which a rocket is what, 500 gunpowder? Yeah, it's just cheaper to use 40 explosive bullets. Hmm. Three rockets is a waste. So if I use 1C4, one C4, one rocket. This is about dead. So, well, I forgot what the number was. Leaves 160. So one C4 and one rocket will take out a garage door. One C4 and how many explosive bullets? So 16. It's 32. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 1C4 and 40 explosive bullets. Will take out a garage door. This is still kind of wasteful, but 1C4 and 40 explosive bullets will take out a garage door. I mean, I may as well do armored doors. I mean, I've done everything else. Like, I don't like to use armored doors because I don't like to use high quality metal in my builds. Just because it's kind of a waste most of the time. Then you're tethered to having to find high quality metal or your base falls apart. This has got 1,000. How many rockets does that chart say? That chart, I don't know why they rounded up. And you ended up wasting so many freaking rockets and so much explosives. This is, it'll take 4 rockets to take this out. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be 3 rockets and something else. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that chart is not right. So it's 4 rockets, an armored door has 1,000 HP. Well, let me just test that real quick. So 1 does 4 damage to a garage door. Armored door has... I already blasted armored door. Yeah. I forgot what I was doing. So I think that's what it is. I did 3, so... A rocket does, what, 220? It should be 4 too. It is. It does 4 damage. $1,000 minus 560. It's 440. It's 440. So it would be 3 rocket or 2 C4 and some explosive bullets. So 120 divided by 4 is 30. So it would be 2 C4 and 20 explosive. Armored door, C4. Yeah, that chart is like... Chart is not accurate. It way over rounds and causes you to waste explosives. It way under rounds for other stuff, so... It should be 20 bullets. So say 120, yeah. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so that's wrong. I mean, it says that it does 4 damage to it, so that should have been right. I don't think I can remove the blocker entity. Unless it doesn't do it consistently. Oh crap. That's 4. I mean, 120 divided by 4 should be 30. Oh, that's why it's 30. How am I writing 20 for? I missed. Did I get him? I still missed. Holy crap. So, I mean, 1,000 divided by 220. Is 4, and then some, so 4 rockets, so 1,000 minus, or 220 times 4, 880, so 1,000 minus 880, oh, divided by crap, 1,000 minus 880, leaves 120. So that would be 4 rockets and 30 explosive bullets. There are 30 explosive, I don't know, remember what I said, explosive bullets. But again, to avoid using high quality, you can just use more garage doors. I mean, it takes up a little bit more space, but it means that you don't have to use the freaking high quality. I don't think this works on nodes. Did it just destroy that node? Holy crap, they work on nodes. I mean, you just never waste rockets like that, so like... Destroys nodes, I didn't know that. What happens if I shoot straight up? Does it arc and come back down? I don't know, I guess it explodes after a certain point. Yeah, you don't really want to mess with the admin on your server. So I think that's the easiest way to do it, or like that's the best way to do those. Which I need that chart for myself too, like, because using the picture chart, their values are all over the place. Like, But I think I've satiated my procrastination enough. Now I gotta do this high quality thing. I mean, I guess I'll, whatever. Freaking thing suggests using 2 rockets on a door that's about to fall over. Why wouldn't you just use the, how many is it? The 4 freaking, or 8? Is it 8? Yeah, 1 rocket and 8 explosive bullets. Using 2 rockets is a waste. Using C4 is a waste. One C4 and 40 explosive bullets will take out a garage door. Well, I guess I gotta do that too. Is what if it was? What if you only had rockets though? Which I just throw all that crap out. The explosive bullets. The frettal magments. Armor door. Armor door. So my gun is about to die. Okay. So how much does this have? 600. So it should be 600 divided by 220. So 440, 600 minus 440 is 160. I mean, it's hard to say that 3 rockets isn't the best way to take out a garage door. So that'd be what, 2 rockets? I mean, if you only had rockets and explosive bullets and not just rockets, because 3 rockets is a waste. So 2 rockets, 160 divided by 4 is 40. 2 rockets and 40 explosive bullets will take out a garage door. So, I mean, rather than use a SAR, I mean, I'm using the SAR to count, but I know that it's gonna do 4, but whatever, I'll use a SAR. Well, I mean, I guess, well, see, if I use the AK, then freaking, so, if I use the AK, it'll be hard to count. So, 1, and then 2, and then it should be 40. There's gonna be 2 full clips. And then it should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, using 3 rockets on that is super overkill. Those 2 C4 that I used on each one of those other doors is super overkill. It's just such a waste of sulfur and time and metal and everything that goes into making explosives. Like, I had to sneeze. Okay, so got that for my chart now. My destruction and building chart. Or list, I guess. But yeah, anytime you try to search for like a clear, simple answer on exactly how much stuff to use without doing overkill, it's usually like a freaking crapshoot. I keep sneezing. Something is still in my nose making me sneeze. Okay, it should be good now. There's like a hair in there tickling my nose or something. But I've been meaning to do that for a while, and I've just been using that chart, and the chart works, but the chart isn't accurate in the sense that it wastes your explosives, and it also leaves out having to use explosive bullets on the armored door. I mean, I guess it's the closest that you can get, and everybody can figure out their way from it. I mean, it's not a bad chart, it's just not accurate. It's just not efficient. But that aside, I can go back to my upgrading thing here. 1x1 upgrade cost. Which, I mean, nobody's gonna make a 2x2 high quality metal. And I mean, just to do it just for the sake of doing it is kind of a waste, and I kind of don't want to. And I could always do it later. But then again, I still need to know what the interior of the 2x2 would be. So no, I guess I gotta do it. I could probably skip the 1x1. I could probably skip the 1x2, but the 2x2 I have to do. And I don't want to have the chart be like incomplete, so I may as well just do it. And for the honeycombed thing, I'm gonna have to do that too. So out of 6 high quality metal, there's 6,000, which that's irritating. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Then I should just have 6,000 across the top. Okay. So I know it's not going to be that much, but having the overkill just means I type in different numbers and without running the risk of that freaking my math is going to be off. So, or without running the risk that I'm going to run out of materials and have to do it again. So 6,000 minus 5,806. So that's 194 to upgrade a 1x1. And then the upkeep, the tool cabinet, stone. Which, alright. It is going to have metal upkeep. So it's going to be 20. It's lower than I thought it was going to be. Stone upkeep, the metal upkeep with 2 sheet metal doors on that 1x1 is 30. And then I'm going to do like more calculations with like the proper airlocks and stuff, but this is just the baseline. I mean, this is mostly just to show people that, you know, they're not viable builds. And not so much for their sake as for my sake, like, so just so I have a chart to see that I know what it does in the game and not what some other person thinks that it does. So the metal total is 30. Now the metal upkeep is 30. The metal total is 30. And then the high quality metal total is the upkeep, which is 20 plus 194, which is 214. Because you want to have at least a day to upgrade it. Yeah, it kind of feels wrong to throw out a stack of 1,000 high quality metal. It's just so shiny. And this is so funny. I've seen this in a server before. Somebody has done that before. I mean, that's as funny as a wooden house with freaking an armored door on it. Like, but I'm kind of getting to the point where I need a break from this. The bad part is I'm getting to the point where I need a break from this at the point where I still haven't completed the thing that I set out to do, which was do the calculations to build my house there. But I'm thinking that I'm just going to do that in a separate stream, a shorter stream. because this is mostly just a pure testing for the sake of testing stream. Just so I can see with my own eyes just how viable or unviable a thing is. Like, but the nice part is I learned that stone works really well. Like, even for a stone one, you still need 2 more sheet metal doors, which that's not really that hard to accomplish. Because even with an unupgraded airlock, unupgraded stone airlock, I mean, the easiest way to do that would be to do, because it'd be 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. Would be the easiest way to have a stone house with no honeycomb. And have the walls be the same amount of explosives as the doors. Which, thinking about it, yeah, that's 250 and freaking that's 1,000. So yeah, you'd need 4 doors. I mean, that makes sense. No, except that's wrong. It's because sheet metal doors have a different coefficient than garage doors. Right? Or is it still the same? Because that would mean that 4 garage doors, or 4 sheet metal doors should equal, oh well that's 8, that's why. No, but see, that doesn't make sense. It's because 4 of these would equal 1,000. So these have a different coefficient than the metal walls do. Because again, it's only 1 rocket and what, 8 explosive bullets to get through those. I mean, does that math work out though? I mean, 1,000, so 220 times 4 is 880. 1,000 minus 880 is 120, and then 120 divided by 4 is 30. So 8 times 4 . So I mean, is it really just 4 rockets? Is that part of it wrong too? Or did I misread that thing? Am I misquoting it? I see, I wanted to test that too, because that seems not accurate. I mean, that seems really not accurate. Because that would mean 4 rockets. Which I wanted to finish the high quality thing. I'll test it afterward. Let me just finish my high quality thing, get that done. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So 6,000. Did I miss any? Why does it say 34? What did I miss? It should just be 30 because all the other ones are 30. And I'm not sure what would be 30 metal or 4 metal upkeep. Weird. I mean, but that's 46 metal a day. Holy crap. So 6,000 minus what, 5,000, 5, and then 592. That's 408 to upgrade a full. Holy crap. I think I skipped the 2x1. I did. Didn't I? Yeah. Oops. So it's 408 high quality to upgrade. 808 wood twig costs. 1225 tool cabinet. The metal upkeep for some reason is slightly different, which is 34. Wood total, stone total 0. Metal total is 300. High quality metal upkeep, which I didn't write that down. Crap. Not paying attention. It's 46. I think that was what I changed, was the metal total. I think that was 30. The HQM upkeep should be probably 30. I gotta change that. So I don't know why the metal upkeep is different. Must be at a different percentage. It's 34. And then 46 for the upgrade. Stone total 0, metal total 300. $334. And then the HQM total is 408 plus the upkeep, which is 46, which is 454, which is crazy. So I gotta go check what the 1x1 is, like. Freaking sheet metal doors on a high quality metal thing. Yeah, see, that's 30. That's weird. And the high quality metal upkeep is only 20. Which, I don't know why I did that backwards, or did that differently. Metal total is 330. High quality metal total I think should be the same, which should be, yeah, 214, 194, and 20. It's 214, yeah. Why is the other thing not right? High quality metal upkeep, high quality metal total. Just let me go do the 2x1 now. Which I still gotta test that crap too. So 6,000 minus 5,718 equals 282. Stone upkeep, metal upkeep is 30. High quality metal upkeep is 29. And then maybe 282 plus 29 is 311. Okay, so that part of the list is done. The thing that I want to test I say want to like that is because I mean I kind of want to make a shorter stream of me building just the thing that I wanted to build in the first place. But these are all not viable because of the airlock. It's just so much easier to get in through the doors, and the same is true for metal. And the same is true even for stone. I mean, you would need at least 4 sheet metal doors. So let's see, wood, then metal, stone, and high quality. And I need rocket launcher. And 1,000 rockets, rocket launcher, C4. Explosive bullets. And a SAR. Doors. And then walls. Wooden wall. It's 250 HP. Which again, the coefficients are different, so I don't know why they label it as having X amount of HP. So it should be, if it does the right amount of damage, it should be 250 minus 220, which should leave 30. And it only leaves 3. So the best way to do those is 1 rocket and 1 explosive bullet. A metal wall. Or a stone wall. A stone wall has 500 HP. So 1 rocket. See, it's doing odd values. It has a different coefficient. 2 rockets. Three rockets. That's at 88. Those are 98, 88. And explosive bullets do 3 damage. It was 88 and I used 1. So it should be 85 divided by 3. So it's going to be about 29, so it's about 30. So I already used 1. It'll be 2, 3, 4, 5. So 16. $33. So 3 rockets and 33 explosive bullets. Three rockets and 33 explosive bullets. I gotta count better next time. 1, 3. So this is 16. And 31 bullets. That is 33. Because 2 clips of 16 is 32, and the extra one is 33 explosive bullets. Or it should be 1C4. One C4. 1 rocket. And then it should be the 33 explosive bullets again. And 33 explosive. And then metal wall has 1,000. Has 1,000 HP. It says 8 rockets, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, and a piggy. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. with 7 rockets and 15 explosive. And then if I use C4, 1, two, and then 3. I'm kind of thinking that not sure if I should use a rocket. Is it going to be overkill? 3 C4, 1 rocket. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 15 explosive bullets. And since I'm testing stuff, I mean, I want to see how many explosive bullets it takes to mow stuff down with that crazy gun. With the high caliber gun here. Where is it? Pretty sure that takes explosive bullets, right? Oh, do you have to feed them in there? Or does it only take pistol bullets? I've never used one before. I just assumed that it was freaking... Let's see. No, it takes rifle bullets. Oh, no, let me... Oh. I didn't have it selected. Oops. It was like I could have swore that thing did that thing with the other thing. Yeah, that stuff with the thing there. I mean, let me use it on a metal wall. Oh, it only loads 60 at a clip? I thought it just... Okay. So... There's 60. Where is the freaking I have a tap counter somewhere. No, I'm not gonna tap it for every bullet, but just to keep track of how many clips I'm going through. Oh, why is it taking that long to load the tap counter? It's like froze, okay. So there's 60. There's 120. $180. This is really wasteful. So it should be 240. Only does 2 damage every time. That does 3 damage every time. There's 300. So 300 and what is my calculator at? So 60 minus 21. 39. So 340 explosive bullets. Can you put a muzzle boost on this thing? I mean, it's gonna cost more stuff, but like... I just want to see how it chews through a high quality metal door. Oops. So 61, 2, 3. So 63 bullets. But that's also with the damage with the muzzle boost. So 60. And it's still 63. See what the chart says. The sheet metal door and explosive bullets. No, that's accurate. So I have 63 explosive bullets. Take out the sheet metal door. No, high quality. Hmm. So it's gonna be like, says like 15 rockets. So 1863 2000 minus 1863 is 137. Divided by 137 is 14 and a half. So gonna be 14 rockets and some explosive bullets. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 'and then with 16 explosive bullets, 14 rockets, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And 30 explosive bullet. Or one. So what is that? 275 it did? It dudded. 2000 minus 175, 25, it's 275. So 2000 divided by 275 is 7. So it's probably going to be 6 C4 and a rocket. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then a rocket. I think I screwed that up. Let's start over. $2,000 divided by 275 is 7. So it's going to be 7 in a rocket. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 C4 and 1 and 16 and 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. And 31 explosive bullets. So, it'd be nice to finish the stream with viable builds and say that any one of the builds is viable. But none of the materials that I calculated, having 2 sheet metal doors or 2 wooden doors on an unhoneycombed thing, none of these are viable. Viable in the sense of raid resistance. And rather than try to complicate it any further, I do have my testing list here, I do have my data here. Which I'm not sure if YouTube, because YouTube uses some kind of weird markdown or something where the dashes that I have make stuff strike through. I have a tendency to use dashes to separate out stuff. I might have to change that, but I am going to be copying and pasting the text file into the YouTube description, provided it provided it accepts the length of the file. I mean, it might not. I mean, it's 6,000 characters long, so. Yeah, none of the builds are viable with 2 doors for an airlock. And most of the guide chart infographics floating around the internet for explosives, for and most of the guide chart infographics floating around the internet for rating are entirely accurate either. It's probably not going to allow me to paste this whole thing on there, but I am going to call it a stream here, and that is a pretty good test run there. I mean, I've gone for like 4.5 hours, which is way longer than I expected, but then I started doing this, and then I wanted to know just how much it would cost to build each one of these from twig all the way up to high quality, what the upkeeps would be, and then have a chart and have a list that I could use. And I wanted to test, and then I got the idea to test the explosive stuff, which most of those infographic guides that I've seen floating around, like I use one for a reference, and it's really not that great. I mean, it's great to get the job done without thinking about it too much. Like, yeah, just throw 16 rockets at it. But I mean, that's not really the best way to take that stuff out. Like, the stuff will go down. I'm not debating that it won't go down. It's just like, I mean, one rocket and a handful of explosive bullets is the fastest, most efficient way without wasting extra explosives to take down a sheet metal door. Like, and I included that in the data too. So, I mean, I'm gonna hit the character limit on YouTube. Is what I'm thinking. I hope I don't, but I probably will. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a stream here and take a break and probably come back and either play the game. I mean, but I still haven't tested to see what the best way to build a 2x1, a honeycomb 2x1 would be with that crap. Yeah, my brain is kind of shot after 4.5 hours of thinking about this junk. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing.